Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. In the forgotten corners of Middle-earth's history, there exist tales of Gandalf the Grey that few have heard spoken aloud. These are not the grand chronicles of the War of the Ring, nor the celebrated journey to reclaim Erebor from Smaug's clutches. Rather, these are the quieter legends, the whispered stories that reveal the wizard's compassion, his wisdom in matters both great and small, and his ceaseless wandering through the hidden places of the world. This is one such tale, preserved in the memories of those who witnessed it, passed down through generations until it reached these pages. In the years before the shadow of Mordor stretched long across the land, when the One Ring still slumbered forgotten in the dark waters of the Anduin, Gandalf walked the roads of Eriador with no greater purpose than to observe and to learn. For such was the way of the Astari in those days, to move among the peoples of Middle-earth as friends and counselors, never revealing the full extent of their power unless dire necessity demanded it. It was during one of these wanderings that Gandalf came upon a village that bore no name on any map, nestled in a valley so remote that even the rangers of the north rarely ventured there. The settlement consisted of no more than a dozen sturdy cottages built of grey stone, their thatched roofs thick against the mountain winds that howled down from the peaks above. Smoke rose from chimneys in thin, wavering columns, and the smell of baking bread mingled with the sharp scent of pine from the surrounding forest. The wizard had not sought out this place deliberately. Rather, he had followed a feeling, that subtle intuition that had guided him through countless years of wandering. Something in this forgotten valley called to him, though he could not yet discern what it might be. As he approached the village on foot, his worn staff clicking against the rocky path, he noticed an unusual stillness hanging over the settlement like morning mist. No children played in the lane between the houses, no voices called out in greeting or in labour. Even the smoke from the chimneys seemed to rise with a hesitant, troubled quality. Gandalf's keen grey eyes narrowed as he drew closer. His weathered hand tightened slightly on his staff, and he felt the familiar weight of old power stirring within the wood. Something was indeed amiss in this nameless village, and the wizard's wandering path had brought him here for a reason. The first cottage he approached stood dark and silent, its door firmly closed against the autumn chill. Gandalf raised his hand to knock, but before his knuckles could meet the wood, a voice called out from behind him, thin and reedy with age, "You'll find no welcome there, stranger, nor in any house in this valley." The wizard turned to behold an elderly woman leaning heavily upon a gnarled walking stick. Her face was lined with years and worry both, and her eyes held a weariness that spoke of sorrows too long carried. Despite her frailty, she had managed to approach without making a sound, and Gandalf found himself impressed by her stealth. "Good day to you, mother," Gandalf said, inclining his head with respect. "I am but a traveller seeking shelter from the coming night, and perhaps a warm meal, if such hospitality can be spared." The old woman's expression softened slightly at his courteous address, but the sadness in her eyes remained unchanged. She looked the wizard up and down, taking in his grey robes, his worn staff, and the wisdom that emanated from him like warmth from a hearth fire. "You have the look of a wizard about you," she said at last, her voice barely above a whisper. "Are you one of the wandering wise, one of those who walk the lonely roads and speak with stars?" Gandalf smiled gently, though his heart grew heavier at the hope he detected beneath her words. "I am called Gandalf by some, though I have borne many names in many lands. I am indeed one who wanders, and I seek to understand the troubles of the world where I may." At this, the old woman's composure crumbled. Tears sprang to her eyes, and she swayed upon her stick as though the admission had cost her what little strength remained. Gandalf moved swiftly to steady her, his strong hand gentle upon her arm. "Then perhaps," she said, her voice breaking, Perhaps you are the answer to our prayers. For 3 months now, we have suffered under a curse that none can break, and our wise ones have all departed in despair." The wizard guided her to a nearby bench carved from an ancient log, helping her to sit before settling beside her. He said nothing, only waited with the patience of one who had lived through ages, knowing that her story would emerge in its own time. After a moment spent gathering her thoughts, the old woman began to speak. Her name, she said, was Mirith, and she was the eldest of the village, keeper of its lore and memories. The settlement had existed in this hidden valley for generations beyond counting, founded by refugees who had fled some long-forgotten war in the east. They had lived in peace and isolation, troubling no one and troubled by none in turn. Their days passed in the simple rhythms of farming and forestry, of births and deaths, of seasons changing as they had since the world was young. But 3 months passed, something had changed. A stranger had come to the village at dusk, a tall figure wrapped in a cloak so dark it seemed to drink in the fading light. The stranger had asked for shelter at Mirith's own cottage, and she, following the ancient laws of hospitality, had welcomed him in. She had fed him bread and stew, had given him a place by her fire, and had asked nothing in return save that he conduct himself peaceably under her roof. The stranger had sat in silence throughout the meal, never removing his hood, never speaking save to offer curt thanks for the food. When darkness fell fully and Mirith prepared to show him to a sleeping pallet, he had risen suddenly and moved to stand before her hearth. From within his cloak, he had drawn forth a small object wrapped in black cloth. With deliberate slowness, he had unwrapped it to reveal a crystal no larger than a dove's egg, perfectly spherical, and gleaming with an inner light that shifted between green and violet. "I thank you for your hospitality," the stranger had said, his voice as cold as winter wind. "But I find I must decline your bed. I have other places to be, and the night calls me onward. In payment for your kindness, I leave you this gift. May it bring you exactly what you deserve." Before Mirith could protest or question, the stranger had placed the crystal upon her mantle and departed into the night, moving with a speed that seemed unnatural. She had rushed to the door to call after him, to return the unwanted gift, but he had vanished utterly, leaving not even footprints in the soft earth of her garden. Mirith had returned to her cottage, troubled and uncertain. The crystal sat upon her mantle, pulsing gently with that strange shifting light, and looking upon it filled her with unease. She had resolved to dispose of it come morning, to bury it in some forgotten corner of the forest, and speak of it no more. But morning had brought revelation and horror in equal measure. Every person in the village had awakened to find themselves changed in subtle but profound ways. A young mother who had been blessed with 7 healthy children found that she could no longer remember their names, though she recognized their faces and knew she loved them. The village blacksmith discovered that all memory of his craft had fled, leaving him staring at his tools as though they belonged to a stranger. A farmer who had worked his fields for 40 years could not recall the proper season for planting, nor the names of the crops he had grown. As the day progressed and the villagers gathered in confusion and fear, they discovered the pattern of their affliction. Each person had lost some specific knowledge or memory that defined who they were. Some had forgotten their trades and crafts. Others could not recall the names of loved ones or the histories of their families. A few had lost the ability to read or to reckon numbers. The curse was precise and cruel, stripping from each villager exactly that which they valued most in themselves. Only Mirith had been spared, though whether this was mercy or a crueler punishment, none could say. She alone retained all her memories, all her knowledge, but she was forced to watch as her friends and neighbours struggled with the gaps in their minds, gaps they could feel but could not fill. The village had sent for healers and wise folk from the surrounding lands, but none could break the curse. The crystal remained upon Mirith's mantle, pulsing with its sickly light, and all attempts to destroy it or remove it had failed utterly. It seemed anchored to the cottage by forces beyond mortal understanding, and Mirith herself had begun to fear that her act of hospitality had doomed them all. "And so we remain," Mirith concluded, her voice heavy with despair, "trapped in this half-life, unable to be fully ourselves. The young forget their learning, the old forget their wisdom, parents forget their children, and children forget their parents. We exist, but we do not truly live." Gandalf had listened to this tale in silence, his expression growing graver with each word. When Mirith finished, he sat for a long moment in contemplation, his eyes distant, as though seeing through the veils of time itself. Finally, he spoke. "Take me to this crystal. Let me look upon it with my own eyes, and perhaps I may understand its nature and find a way to break its hold upon your people." Mireth led Gandalf through the silent village, past cottages where worried faces peered from windows before quickly retreating behind drawn curtains. The wizard noticed how the villagers moved with a hesitance that spoke of profound uncertainty, as though each step required thought and deliberation that should have come naturally. A woman stood in her doorway holding a broom, staring at it with furrowed brow as if trying to remember its purpose. A man sat upon a bench with his head in his hands, lips moving soundlessly as he struggled to recall something just beyond his grasp. The weight of their suffering settled upon Gandalf's shoulders like a physical burden, and his jaw tightened with determination. He had seen many sorrows in his long years walking Middle-earth, but there was something particularly cruel about this affliction. These people had not been robbed of life or health, but of the very essence of who they were. They existed as shadows of themselves, aware enough to know what they had lost, but powerless to reclaim it. Mireth's cottage stood at the far end of the village, a sturdy structure of grey stone with a red door that had once been cheerfully painted, but now appeared faded and peeling. The old woman's hands trembled as she lifted the latch, and Gandalf noticed how she hesitated before crossing her own threshold, as though entering had become an act requiring courage. The interior was dim and close, lit only by the fading afternoon light that filtered through small windows. But there was another source of illumination, one that immediately drew Gandalf's attention. Upon the stone mantle above the hearth sat the crystal Mireth had described, and it pulsed with a light that seemed to shift and writhe like something alive. Green and violet hues swirled within its depths, and occasionally a flash of sickly yellow would spark through the colors like lightning in a poisoned sky. Gandalf approached the crystal slowly, his staff held before him. As he drew near, he felt a coldness emanating from the object, not the clean chill of winter, but something tainted and wrong. The air around the crystal seemed to shimmer slightly, and the wizard could sense invisible tendrils of power reaching out from it, spreading through the cottage and beyond into the village itself. He extended one weathered hand toward the crystal, but stopped just short of touching it. His fingers tingled with the proximity to such dark craft, and he could feel the malevolence woven into every facet of the thing. This was no mere trinket or simple curse. This was the work of one skilled in the shadowy arts, someone who understood the deepest mechanisms of memory and identity. "Tell me," Gandalf said softly, not turning from his examination, "did this stranger give any indication of why he chose your village? Why he chose you specifically to receive this gift?" Mireth shook her head, though Gandalf could not see the gesture. "None, my lord. I had never seen him before that night, and I cannot think of any reason why we should have drawn his attention. We are but simple folk living quiet lives. We have harmed no one and sought no quarrels with the wider world." Gandalf made a low sound in his throat, something between contemplation and concern. He began to circle the crystal, examining it from every angle without touching it. The object remained perfectly still upon the mantle, yet the light within continued its restless dance. As the wizard completed his circuit, he noticed something that made him pause. Tiny runes were carved into the base of the crystal, so small they were nearly invisible. They glowed with the faintest red light, pulsing in rhythm with the shifting colors above. Leaning closer, Gandalf studied these markings with intense concentration. His lips moved silently as he read the ancient script, and his expression grew increasingly troubled. After several long minutes, he straightened and turned to face Mireth. "This is the work of a sorcerer of considerable skill," he said gravely. "The runes are written in a tongue from the far south, from lands where the shadow of Mordor has long held sway. They speak of binding and of theft, of memories taken and stored. This crystal is not merely a curse, Mireth. It is a vessel." The old woman's face paled. "A vessel? For what purpose?" "For the memories themselves," Gandalf replied. "The stranger did not simply strip your people of their knowledge and recollections. He imprisoned those things within this crystal, where they remain trapped and inaccessible. Somewhere, perhaps, he has a matching stone that allows him to access what he has stolen. It is an ancient and terrible magic, one that I had hoped was lost to the ages." Mireth sank into a nearby chair, her strength seeming to fail her. "Then there is no hope? If the memories are gone, taken far away, how can they possibly be restored?" Gandalf was silent for a moment, his gaze returning to the pulsing crystal. When he spoke again, his voice carried a note of cautious optimism. The memories are not gone, merely imprisoned, and what has been imprisoned can be freed, provided one knows the proper method. The question is whether I can discover that method before any lasting harm is done. He moved to stand before the hearth, raising his staff high. The tip of the staff began to glow with a soft white light that pushed back the sickly colours emanating from the crystal. Gandalf closed his eyes and began to speak in a language that predated the common tongue, words of power that seemed to resonate in the very stones of the cottage. The air grew thick and heavy, and Mirith felt her ears pop as though she had climbed a great height. The crystal responded to Gandalf's incantation with a surge of angry light. The green and violet hues intensified, and the object began to emit a high-pitched whine that set Mirith's teeth on edge. The wizard's voice grew stronger, more commanding, and the white light from his staff blazed brighter. For a moment, it seemed as though the two powers were locked in contest, light against darkness, freedom against bondage. Then, with a sound like breaking glass, the connection shattered. Gandalf staggered backward, his staff dimming, and the crystal resumed its former steady pulse as though nothing had happened. The wizard's face was drawn and pale, and a thin sheen of sweat had appeared on his brow despite the coolness of the cottage. "It is more strongly wrought than I had hoped," he admitted, leaning heavily upon his staff. The sorcerer who crafted this curse was no mere dabbler in dark arts. He knew what he was doing, and he built his work to resist exactly the kind of direct assault I just attempted. Mirith wrung her hands in despair. Then what can be done? Surely there must be some way to break this curse. Some weakness that can be exploited? Gandalf moved to the window and gazed out at the village, where the long shadows of evening were beginning to stretch across the ground. Lights were being kindled in the cottages, small flames that seemed to flicker uncertainly in the gathering dusk. He could see the villagers moving about their evening routines, going through motions that memory no longer fully guided. Every spell, no matter how cunningly crafted, has its weakness, he said at last. The question is finding it before the damage becomes irreversible. Tell me, Mirith, in the 3 months since this curse fell, have you noticed any pattern to the affliction? Do the memory losses worsen over time, or do they remain constant? The old woman considered this carefully. They remain much as they were on the first day, I think. Young Thorin the blacksmith still cannot remember his craft, but neither does he seem to be forgetting more with each passing day. It is as though a portion of each person's mind has been locked away, but what remains continues to function normally. Gandalf nodded slowly, stroking his long grey beard. That is something, at least. It suggests that the curse is stable rather than progressive. The memories are held in stasis within the crystal, neither growing dimmer nor being destroyed. That gives us time to work, though how much time I cannot say. He turned from the window and fixed Mirith with an intent gaze. I will need to examine this curse more thoroughly to understand its full nature and construction. This will take time, and I will need your help and the cooperation of your fellow villagers. Are they willing to trust a strange wizard who appears in their hour of need? Mirith managed a wan smile. After 3 months of suffering, my lord, I think they would trust anyone who offered even the slimmest hope of relief. I will speak with them and gain their consent for whatever you require. Good, Gandalf said. Then let us begin. First, I must speak with each of the afflicted and learn precisely what each has lost. There may be a pattern in the sorcerer's choices, a clue that will help us understand his purpose and perhaps find a way to undo his work. As night fell over the nameless village, Gandalf began his investigation in earnest. Mirith accompanied him from cottage to cottage, introducing him to her neighbours and explaining his purpose. One by one, the villagers shared their stories with the wizard, describing the holes in their memories and the skills they could no longer perform. Gandalf listened to each tale with unwavering attention, asking gentle questions and making notes in a small leather-bound book he produced from his robes. A young woman named Eleth wept as she described how she could see her 3 children but could not remember their births or the first words they had spoken. A carpenter named Bregon demonstrated how he could no longer judge the proper angle for a joint or remember the characteristics of different woods. An elderly man called Malthor sat in confusion, unable to recall the songs and stories that had been his joy and pride throughout his long life. As the hours passed and the night deepened, a pattern began to emerge from the villagers' testimonies. Gandalf sat in Mirith's cottage long after midnight. the crystal pulsing its sickly light upon the mantle, while he reviewed his notes by the warm glow of candlelight. The old woman had fallen asleep in her chair by the hearth, exhausted by the day's events. But the wizard remained wakeful and alert, his keen mind working through the puzzle before him. What he had discovered troubled him deeply. The sorcerer had not chosen the stolen memories at random. Each person had lost precisely that which gave them the greatest sense of purpose or identity. The blacksmith had lost his craft because his skill at the forge had defined him since boyhood. The mother had lost her memories of her children because motherhood was the cornerstone of her existence. The storyteller had lost his tales because they were his legacy and his gift to the community. This was not mere cruelty for cruelty's sake. This was a deliberate targeting of what made each person unique and valuable. The sorcerer had somehow assessed each villager and identified their core identity before stripping it away. Such precision required either extensive observation or access to magical means of perceiving the human heart. Gandalf rose from his chair and approached the crystal once more. He did not attempt to touch it or cast any spells upon it, but simply stood in silent contemplation. The longer he studied the cursed object, the more he began to understand the terrible elegance of its construction. The runes at its base were not merely binding spells, but a complex lattice of interconnected enchantments, each supporting and reinforcing the others. Breaking one would not free the memories. Indeed, it might destroy them entirely. "You are a masterwork of wickedness," Gandalf murmured to the crystal, "and your creator is far cleverer than I would have wished." A small sound behind him made the wizard turn. Mirith had awakened and was watching him with worried eyes. The candlelight cast deep shadows across her lined face, making her look older and more frail than she had in daylight. "Forgive me," she said softly. "I did not mean to disturb your work." "You disturb nothing," Gandalf assured her. "I was merely speaking my thoughts aloud, a habit I have developed over long years of solitary travelling. Come, sit with me, and let us talk of what I have learned." Mirith moved to join him, and Gandalf poured her a cup of water from a pitcher on the table. She drank gratefully, then settled herself to listen. "The pattern is clear," Gandalf began. "Each of your neighbours has lost something deeply personal, something that forms the foundation of who they believe themselves to be. This tells me several important things about the sorcerer who crafted this curse. First, he is extraordinarily skilled, far beyond what I initially estimated. Second, he took great care in studying your village before unleashing his magic. And third, there is a purpose to all this, beyond simple malice." "What purpose could there be in causing such suffering?" Mirith asked, her voice trembling with suppressed anger. Gandalf was quiet for a moment, choosing his words carefully. "I believe the sorcerer is collecting something. These memories, these core aspects of identity, they have value beyond the harm their absence causes. Somewhere, perhaps in some distant tower or hidden chamber, your neighbor's memories are being examined, studied, perhaps even experienced by the one who stole them." Mirith's face went pale. "You mean he can feel what they felt? Know what they knew?" "It is possible," Gandalf said gravely. "There are those who seek power through the accumulation of knowledge and experience, who believe that by consuming the lives and memories of others, they can transcend their own limitations. Such practitioners of dark magic are rare, thankfully, but they do exist, and they are exceedingly dangerous." The old woman shuddered. "How do we fight such a being? If he has taken the very essence of what makes my neighbours themselves, how can we possibly retrieve it?" Gandalf moved to the window and gazed out at the star-strewn sky. The constellation of Menelmacar, which the hobbits called the Sickle, hung bright and clear above the eastern peaks. Somewhere out there, beyond these mountains and valleys, the sorcerer sat with his ill-gotten gains, oblivious to the suffering he had caused, or perhaps deriving pleasure from it. "We fight him with patience, with wisdom, and with an understanding that he, in his arrogance, has made a crucial error." Mirith leaned forward eagerly. "An error? What error?" "He left the crystal here," Gandalf said simply. "In his confidence that no one could break his spell, he abandoned this vessel in your keeping. That means the connection between this crystal and wherever the memories are being stored remains active. And a connection, dear Mirith, can be travelled in both directions." Understanding dawned in the old woman's eyes. "You mean to use the crystal to find him, to trace the path back to wherever he has hidden the stolen memories?" "More than that," Gandalf said, turning from the window with a gleam in his eye. I mean to turn his own spell against him. If I can understand the mechanisms of this curse fully enough, I may be able to reverse the flow. Instead of the crystal sending memories out, I will make it call them back. But you said the spell was too strong, Mirith protested. That a direct assault would not work. Direct assault, yes, Gandalf agreed. But I did not speak of assault. I spoke of understanding. Every spell, no matter how complex, follows certain rules. The sorcerer who created this curse was brilliant, but brilliance often breeds overconfidence. He built his work to resist brute force, but he may not have anticipated someone attempting to unravel it with subtlety and care. Gandalf returned to his chair and opened his notebook once more. Over the next several days, I will need to study this crystal in minute detail. I will need to trace every rune, understand every thread of power that binds it together. It will be painstaking work, and there will be moments when it seems impossible. But I have lived a very long time, Mirith, and I have learned that patience and persistence can overcome obstacles that appear insurmountable. The old woman nodded slowly. What can I do to help? I may be old and powerless, but I would do anything to restore my neighbors to themselves. Your role is perhaps the most important of all, Gandalf said gently. You must keep hope alive in this village. Your people have suffered for 3 months without relief, and they will need to endure longer still while I work. They must not lose faith or descend into despair. That is a victory the sorcerer would relish, and we must not grant it to him. I will do my best, Mirith promised, but I confess, it has been hard to maintain my own hope these past months, let alone kindle it in others. Gandalf reached out and took her weathered hand in his. Then let me share some of mine with you. I have faced darkness in many forms across the ages, and I have learned that it is never as all-encompassing as it appears. Even in the deepest shadow, light persists. Even in the cruelest curse, there are flaws. We will find those flaws, and through them, we will bring your people back to themselves. The conviction in his voice seemed to strengthen Mirith, and she sat up straighter. When will you begin your work in earnest? At first light, Gandalf replied, but for now, you should rest. The days ahead will be challenging, and you will need your strength. After Mirith had retired to her bed, Gandalf remained awake, sitting before the crystal in silent meditation. He had not told the old woman everything he suspected, had not voiced his deepest concerns about the nature of the curse. The truth was that he had encountered similar magic only once before, many centuries ago in the far south. Then, he had been too late to save those afflicted. The sorcerer had completed his work and vanished, leaving behind nothing but empty shells of people who could not remember who they were or what they had loved. That failure had haunted Gandalf for decades afterward. He had vowed then that if he ever encountered such wickedness again, he would not rest until he had undone it. Now, fate had brought him to this nameless village, and he had been given a second chance. As dawn approached and the first grey light began to creep through the windows, Gandalf finally allowed himself a moment of true rest. He closed his eyes and let his consciousness drift, not into sleep, but into a state of deep meditation. In that quiet space, he reached out with senses that transcended the physical, feeling for the pulse of magic that emanated from the crystal. What he found both encouraged and troubled him. The curse was indeed formidable, a work of genuine mastery, but it was not perfect. There were tiny inconsistencies in the weave of the spell, places where the sorcerer's attention had wavered or where his knowledge had been incomplete. These flaws were minute, barely perceptible even to one of Gandalf's skill, but they were there. And where there were flaws, there was hope. When Mirith emerged from her chamber as the sun crested the eastern peaks, she found Gandalf already at work. He had arranged a series of candles around the crystal in a specific pattern, and he was inscribing symbols in chalk upon the stone floor. His movements were precise and deliberate, and there was an intensity to his concentration that made Mirith hesitate to interrupt. "Good morning," she ventured quietly. Gandalf did not look up from his work. "Good morning, Mirith. There is bread in the larder and cheese in the cooling box. Help yourself, and perhaps bring me some as well. This is going to be a very long day." The days that followed fell into a rhythm both monotonous and tense. Gandalf worked from dawn until deep into the night, studying the crystal from every conceivable angle. He spoke to it in languages that Mirith had never heard, some melodious and flowing like water, others harsh and guttural as grinding stone. He traced the runes at its base with a thin silver wand, measuring the flow of power with instruments he produced from the depths of his robes. He surrounded it with mirrors at carefully calculated angles, observing how the light refracted through its facets. The villagers, heartened by the wizard's presence and Mirith's assurances, went about their lives with renewed purpose, though they still struggled with the gaps in their memories. Knowing that someone was actively working to restore what had been stolen gave them strength to endure. They brought food to Mirith's cottage, ensuring that both she and Gandalf were well provided for. They asked after his progress with hopeful eyes, and though the wizard could give them no promises, he offered encouragement where he could. On the third day of his investigation, Gandalf made his first significant breakthrough. He was examining the crystal in the early morning light when he noticed something peculiar. The way the dawn's rays struck the object created a pattern of shadows on the wall behind it, shadows that formed recognizable shapes. At first, Gandalf thought this might be coincidental, but as he adjusted the angle of the crystal slightly, the shadows shifted to form different images. "Mireth," he called, his voice sharp with excitement. "Come here, and tell me what you see." The old woman hurried over, peering at the wall where the wizard pointed. The shadows formed the unmistakable outline of a hammer and anvil, the very tools of the blacksmith's trade. "That is Bragon's symbol," Mirith said wonderingly. "He marks all his work with that sign. How is it appearing here?" Gandalf rotated the crystal again, and the shadows reformed into a different pattern. This time, they showed the silhouette of 3 small figures holding hands, clearly representing children. "And that must be Eleth's memory," Mirith breathed. "Her 3 children." The wizard continued to turn the crystal, and with each rotation, new images appeared in shadow form. Every stolen memory was somehow encoded within the crystal's structure, visible only when light passed through it at precise angles. This was the sorcerer's filing system, a way of organizing and accessing the specific memories he had collected. "This is extraordinary," Gandalf murmured, his eyes alight with discovery, "and extraordinarily useful. If I can map the position of each memory within the crystal, I can target them specifically when I attempt to extract them. Rather than trying to break the entire curse at once, I may be able to free them one at a time." He immediately set to work creating a detailed chart, carefully noting the angle required to reveal each shadow image and correlating it with the villager who had lost that particular memory. It was painstaking work that consumed the entire day, but by evening, he had created a comprehensive map of the crystal's contents. That night, as Mirith prepared a simple supper of vegetable stew and fresh bread, Gandalf shared his findings with her. The old woman listened with growing hope as he explained his new strategy. "The sorcerer, in his cleverness, has given us a key to undoing his work," Gandalf said, spooning up his stew with evident appreciation. "By encoding each memory separately, he has made them individually accessible. If I can devise a spell that targets one specific memory and calls it back through the connection to its rightful owner, I need not confront the full strength of the curse all at once." "But will it work?" Mirith asked. "Surely, if it were that simple, you would have done it already." Gandalf shook his head. "Simple it most certainly is not. Each extraction will require precise calculation and perfect execution. One error, and I could destroy the memory permanently or damage the villager's mind in the attempt to restore it. Moreover, I must still solve the fundamental problem of how to reverse the flow of the curse. The sorcerer designed it to take, not to give back. Convincing it to do otherwise will require both power and finesse." He paused, setting down his spoon and fixing Mirith with a serious gaze. "I must be honest with you. What I am proposing is dangerous. There is a chance that my attempt could make things worse rather than better. Before I proceed, I need your consent and the consent of your fellow villagers. Are they willing to accept that risk?" Mirith did not hesitate. "We have lived 3 months in this half-existence, and we would live thus for the rest of our days if nothing changes. Any chance of restoration, no matter how dangerous, is better than this slow death of the soul. I will speak to the others tomorrow, but I already know what they will say. They will ask you to try." True to her word, Mirith gathered the villagers the following morning in the small square at the center of the settlement. Gandalf stood before them, leaning upon his staff, and explained both his discovery and his plan. He did not minimize the risks or make false promises of certain success. He spoke to them as one would speak to adults capable of making their own choices, and they respected him for it. When he finished, there was a long silence. Then Bregon the blacksmith stepped forward, his face set with determination even though his eyes held the confusion of one who no longer understood his own craft. "I am willing," he said simply. "I have tried to work my forge these past months, and it is like being trapped in a waking nightmare. My hands remember motions my mind cannot name. My eyes see tools whose purposes have become mysteries. If there is a chance to end this torment, I will take it, whatever the cost." One by one, the others voiced their agreement. Some spoke eloquently of their suffering, while others simply nodded their consent. By the time the last villager had spoken, it was clear that they were unanimous in their decision. They wanted Gandalf to attempt the restoration, and they accepted the risks that came with it. "Very well," Gandalf said, his voice grave with the weight of responsibility. "Then let us begin. But we will start small with a single memory, and we will proceed with utmost caution. Bregon, since you were first to volunteer, yours shall be the first memory I attempt to restore." The blacksmith nodded, though Mirith could see fear flickering in his eyes alongside hope. Gandalf led him back to the cottage, where the crystal waited on its mantle, still pulsing with that sickly light. The wizard had Bregon sit in a chair positioned directly across from the crystal, with Mirith standing nearby to assist if needed. "What must I do?" Bregon asked, his voice steady despite his nervousness. "For now, simply sit still and keep your eyes upon the crystal," Gandalf instructed. "I am going to attempt to create a bridge between your mind and the memory trapped within that accursed thing. If I am successful, you will feel the knowledge returning to you. It may come as a sudden flood, or it may trickle back gradually. Either way, it may be disorienting." Gandalf positioned himself between Bregon and the crystal, his staff held horizontally at chest height. He began to speak in that ancient tongue again, the words seeming to resonate not just in the air, but in the bones and stones of the cottage itself. The tip of his staff began to glow with white light, and the crystal responded with an angry surge of its violet and green hues. The wizard's voice rose in volume and intensity, sweat beginning to bead on his brow from the effort. The white light extended from his staff toward the crystal, forming a thin beam that touched its surface. Where light met crystal, there was a sound like breaking ice, and hairline cracks appeared in the air itself, visible rifts in the fabric of the spell. Gandalf angled his staff slightly, adjusting the beam to strike the crystal at the precise angle he had calculated to access Bregon's stolen memory. The shadow of the hammer and anvil appeared on the wall, larger and more defined than before, and the crystal's pulse quickened. Then, with a sound like a bell being struck, something shifted. The light from Gandalf's staff seemed to catch hold of something within the crystal, something invisible but present, and began to pull it forth. The wizard's face contorted with effort, veins standing out on his forehead as he fought against the curse's resistance. Bregon gasped suddenly, his back arching in the chair. His hands flew to his head, and for a terrible moment, Mirith thought something had gone wrong. But then the blacksmith's expression changed from pain to wonder, and tears began to stream down his weathered face. "I remember," he whispered. "I remember the first hammer my father gave me. I remember the day I learned to read the color of heated iron. I remember every blade I have forged, every nail I have drawn, every shoe I have fitted." His voice rose to a shout of pure joy. "I remember!" Gandalf released his hold on the spell and staggered backward, catching himself against the wall. The white light from his staff faded to a dim glow, and the wizard's face was ashen with exhaustion. Mirith rushed to support him, guiding him to a chair as Bregon sat weeping tears of joy, his hands moving through familiar gestures as his craft returned to him like a long-lost friend. "It worked," Mirith breathed, hardly daring to believe what she had witnessed. "You did it, my lord. You truly did it." Gandalf managed a weak smile, though his hands trembled as he reached for a cup of water. "One memory restored," he said, his voice hoarse. "Only a dozen more to go, but at least we know it can be done." Word of Bregon's restoration spread through the village like wildfire. By evening, every villager had come to Mirith's cottage to see the blacksmith and hear him speak of his craft, with the knowledge and passion that had been stolen from him. They gathered in the small cottage and spilled out into the garden, their faces alight with hope for the first time in months. Children who had grown quiet and withdrawn now laughed and played, sensing the change in their parents' spirits, even if they did not fully understand its cause. But Gandalf remained cautious. He had felt the tremendous resistance of the curse, had experienced firsthand how the sorcerer's spell fought against being undone. The extraction of Bregon's memory had required nearly all his strength, and he knew that attempting another restoration immediately would be foolish and potentially dangerous. "I must rest," he told the eager villagers who pressed around him, asking when he would restore their memories. "The magic required is immensely draining, and I need time to recover my strength. Tomorrow, perhaps, I will attempt another restoration, but I cannot promise more than 1 or 2 per day, and even that may be ambitious." The villagers, though disappointed, understood. They had waited 3 months already. They could wait a few more days if it meant the return of what they had lost. That night, as the settlement settled into sleep, there was a lightness in the air that had been absent since the curse fell. Somewhere in the darkness, Bregon sat in his workshop, his hands moving over tools that now felt like extensions of his own body, and he wept with gratitude. Gandalf, however, could not sleep. He sat in Mirith's cottage long into the night, studying the crystal and reviewing his notes from the day's work. The restoration had been successful, but it had also revealed troubling information. When he had connected with the crystal to extract Bregon's memory, he had felt something else within it, a presence that was neither the curse itself nor the captured memories. The sorcerer, it seemed, had left a piece of his own consciousness within the crystal, a watchful fragment that monitored the spell and reported back to its creator. This meant that the sorcerer now knew someone was attempting to break his curse, and if Gandalf's long experience with such practitioners of dark magic had taught him anything, it was that they did not take kindly to interference. "Trouble is coming," he murmured to himself, gazing at the crystal's pulsing light. "The question is when it will arrive, and in what form." The following day dawned grey and cold, with heavy clouds hanging low over the valley. Gandalf felt a prickle of unease as he looked out at the overcast sky, sensing something amiss in the very air. He had recovered some of his strength during the night's rest, though not as much as he would have liked. Still, the villagers were waiting, and he had promised to continue his work. He chose Eleth, the young mother, as his next subject. Of all the afflicted villagers, she seemed to suffer the most, for she could see her children and feel her love for them, but could not remember their names or the moments that had shaped their early lives. She sat before the crystal with tears already streaming down her face, desperate to reclaim the memories of her baby's first steps, their first words, all the precious moments that make motherhood more than mere biology. The restoration process was similar to the one Gandalf had performed for Bregon, but more difficult. The maternal memories were more complex and deeply emotional, woven through with love and fear and protective instinct. The crystal fought harder against their release, as though the sorcerer had somehow valued these stolen memories more highly and guarded them more carefully. Gandalf poured more power into his spell, his staff blazing with white light that filled the cottage with a radiance that seemed to push back the gloom of the day. The crystal shrieked in protest, a sound that made Mirith cover her ears, and cracks appeared on its surface, fine lines spreading like spiderwebs across the once perfect sphere. Then, with a sound like a dam breaking, the memories came flooding back. Eleth cried out, not in pain but in overwhelming joy, as she remembered. She remembered the weight of each baby in her arms the moment they were born. She remembered their scents, their tiny perfect fingers, the way they had looked at her with absolute trust. She remembered lullabies sung in the deep night, scraped knees kissed better, stories told at bedtime. 3 years of motherhood returned to her in a single crushing, beautiful wave. She collapsed from her chair onto the floor, sobbing uncontrollably, but they were tears of pure happiness. Mirith knelt beside her, holding her as she wept, while Gandalf leaned heavily on his staff, his face even paler than before. "Two," he said quietly. "I can manage no more today." But he had no choice in the matter. Even as Eleth was being helped from the cottage, even as the other villagers gathered to celebrate this second miracle, Gandalf felt a change in the atmosphere. The clouds overhead darkened further, taking on a greenish tinge that spoke of unnatural influences. A wind began to blow from the east, carrying with it a chill that had nothing to do with temperature and everything to do with malevolence. "He knows," Gandalf said to Mirith, his voice grim. "The sorcerer knows what I have done, and he is responding. Gather the villagers, get them into their homes and tell them to bar their doors and windows. What comes now will not be pleasant." Mirith did not question him. She had learned to trust the wizard's instincts, and the fear in his eyes was genuine. She hurried out into the village, calling to everyone she met, spreading the word that danger approached. The villagers, seeing the sudden change in the weather and feeling the wrongness in the air, needed little convincing. They retreated to their cottages, securing every entrance as Gandalf had instructed. The wizard himself remained in Mirith's cottage, standing before the crystal with his staff planted firmly on the ground. He spoke words of warding and protection, weaving invisible barriers around the village that would, he hoped, blunt the worst of whatever was coming. But he knew these defenses would not hold forever against a determined assault by a sorcerer of the skill he had witnessed in the crafting of the curse. The wind rose to a howl, and with it came voices. They were the voices of the stolen memories themselves, twisted and corrupted by the sorcerer's rage. Bregon heard the voice of his father, now dead these 20 years, calling him a failure and a fool. Elith heard her children crying for her, their voices filled with accusation and betrayal. Other villagers heard their own memories turned against them, speaking words of condemnation and despair. Gandalf strengthened his protections, but the voices grew louder and more insistent. They were not merely sounds, but psychic attacks, designed to break the villagers' spirits and make them reject the restored memories, to wish them gone again rather than endure such torment. "Do not listen," Gandalf shouted, his voice magically amplified to reach every cottage in the village. "These are lies shaped from stolen truths. The sorcerer seeks to punish you for reclaiming what is yours. Hold fast to what you have regained, and do not let his malice convince you it was not worth the cost." His words seemed to steady the villagers, and Gandalf felt their resolve strengthening. But the attack was far from over. The sorcerer, denied his psychological victory, shifted tactics. The wind became a physical force, battering at doors and walls, seeking entrance to the homes where the villagers huddled. Several cottages lost their thatching, the straw torn away and scattered across the valley. Windows cracked and shutters splintered under the assault. Through it all, the crystal on Mirith's mantle pulsed with increasing intensity, glowing so brightly now that it hurt to look upon it directly. Gandalf could feel it calling out to its creator, reporting everything that had transpired, and he knew that worse was yet to come. The sorcerer would not allow his work to be undone without a fight. As night fell, and the storm continued to rage, Gandalf stood vigil in the cottage, maintaining his protective wards while conserving his strength for the true confrontation he knew must come. The villagers, frightened but defiant, remained in their homes, clinging to their restored memories like lifelines in a tempest. And in some distant place, beyond mountains and rivers, in a tower or cave, known only to himself, the sorcerer prepared his response. He had been challenged, his mastery questioned, his prize threatened. Such insults could not stand unanswered. If this meddling wizard thought to steal back what had been so carefully collected, he would learn the price of such presumption. The storm raged through the night without respite, and by dawn the village looked as though it had weathered a siege. Broken branches littered the paths between cottages. Gardens lay trampled and torn. The ancient oak that had stood in the village square for generations had been split down the middle by what appeared to be a lightning strike, though Gandalf knew it was no natural lightning that had done the damage. The wizard himself looked haggard, his grey robes stained and his face lined with exhaustion. He had not slept, had barely rested, maintaining the protective wards that kept the worst of the sorcerer's assault from reaching the villagers themselves. But he could feel his strength waning, knew that he could not sustain this level of defense indefinitely. As the grey light of morning filtered through the storm clouds, Mirith emerged from her sleeping chamber to find Gandalf still standing before the crystal, though now he swayed slightly on his feet. She rushed to his side with a cup of water and a piece of bread, which he accepted gratefully. "How much longer can you hold?" she asked quietly, not wanting the answer but needing to know. "Not long enough," Gandalf admitted, his voice rough. "The sorcerer is more powerful than I initially judged, and he has the advantage of distance. He can throw attacks at us from safety, while I must stand here and defend against them. Eventually, my strength will fail. Then what do we do?" Mirith's voice trembled with barely suppressed fear. "Must we surrender the restored memories? Return them to the crystal to appease him?" "No," Gandalf said firmly, straightening despite his exhaustion. "That would only teach him that such tactics work, and he would use them again and again. Besides, I suspect he would not stop even if we did surrender. His pride has been wounded, and that is not something such men forgive easily." He moved to the window, gazing out at the battered village. We must change our approach. Defense alone will not win this battle. I must take the fight to him. But how? Mirith asked. You said he attacks from a distance, from some hidden place. How can you reach him? Gandalf turned from the window, and despite his exhaustion, there was a gleam of determination in his eyes. Through the very connection he uses to assault us. The crystal is linked to wherever he keeps the stolen memories. That link works both ways, as I discovered when extracting Bregon's and Elith's memories. If I can follow that connection back to its source, I can confront the sorcerer directly. But surely that is exactly what he wants, Mirith protested. To draw you into a trap, to face you on ground of his choosing. Perhaps, Gandalf acknowledged, but I see no other option, and there is something he does not know, something that gives me hope of success. What is that? The wizard's smile was grim. He assumes I am alone in this fight. He assumes that I have only my own power to draw upon. But he is wrong. I carry with me the strength of purpose, the determination of those who fight not for dominion but for restoration, and I have seen, in my long years, that such strength can tip the balance when all else seems lost. Before Mirith could respond, the storm outside intensified dramatically. The wind became a howling beast that shook the cottage to its foundations. The crystal on the mantel blazed with light so intense it was like staring into the sun, and through that light a voice spoke, deep and resonant, and filled with contempt. So, you are the meddler who dares to undo my work, the voice said, seeming to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. You are brave, I will grant you that, or perhaps merely foolish. Did you think I would not notice? Did you think I would allow you to steal from me? Gandalf stepped forward, placing himself between Mirith and the crystal. I am Gandalf the Grey, and I do not steal. I merely return what was taken wrongfully. Release these people from your curse, and there need be no further conflict between us. The voice laughed, a sound like grinding stones. You offer me terms? You who can barely stand? I feel your exhaustion, wizard. I sense your strength ebbing. Soon you will fall, and when you do, I will take not only the memories I originally claimed, but new ones as well. Perhaps I will take your memories, add them to my collection, centuries of knowledge and experience, all preserved for my study. You are welcome to try, Gandalf replied, his voice steady despite his fatigue. But know this, I am not so easily overcome, and I do not fight alone. Alone or accompanied, it matters not, the sorcerer said. But very well, if you wish to face me directly, I will grant you that honor. Follow the connection if you dare. Come to my sanctum, and we shall settle this matter face to face. But know that none who have challenged me in my own domain have ever left it again. The voice faded, and the light from the crystal dimmed slightly, though it continued to pulse with that sickly radiance. Gandalf stood silent for a moment, his expression thoughtful. You cannot go, Mirith said desperately. It is clearly a trap. He wants you to follow that connection so he can destroy you away from the village, away from any who might help you. Of course it is a trap, Gandalf agreed, but it is also an opportunity. If I can reach his sanctum, I can access the source of the curse itself. And if I can destroy or disable that source, all the stolen memories will be freed at once. Not just those of your village, but of all his victims across the years. He placed a gentle hand on Mirith's shoulder. I understand your concern, and I share it, but this is why I was sent to Middle-earth, to stand against such darkness wherever it arises. The Astari do not choose the easy path, but the necessary one. Mirith wiped tears from her eyes. Then at least, let me help. Tell me what I can do while you are gone. Keep the villagers safe, Gandalf said. The wards I have placed around the village should hold for a time even without my presence to maintain them. But if they begin to fail, gather everyone in the largest cottage and have them join hands, forming a circle. There is strength in unity, and even without magic, the simple determination of good people to protect one another can create a barrier against darkness. He moved to the crystal and stood before it, gathering his remaining strength for what was to come. I do not know how long this will take, or what I will face when I reach the sorcerer's domain, but I make you this promise, Mirith. I will return, and when I do, this curse will be broken forever. Before she could respond, Gandalf placed both hands upon the crystal. The object flared with sudden brilliance, and the wizard's form became translucent, insubstantial. He was no longer fully present in the cottage, but existed partially in that other place, following the thread of dark magic back to its origin. Remember, his voice came as though from a great distance. Hold fast to hope, and do not let fear rule you. That is his greatest weapon, and you must not give it power over you. Then he was gone, vanished utterly, leaving only a faint shimmer in the air where he had stood. Myrith stared at the empty space, her heart heavy with dread and hope in equal measure. She said a silent prayer to whatever powers might be listening, asking that the wizard be protected and that he succeed in his desperate gambit. Outside, the storm began to abate slightly, as though the sorcerer's attention had been drawn elsewhere. The villagers emerged cautiously from their homes, surveying the damage and calling to one another to ensure everyone had survived the night's assault. When they learned that Gandalf had gone to confront the sorcerer directly, a hush fell over the village. They gathered in the square, around the split oak, and without anyone suggesting it, they joined hands forming a large circle. Bregan stood beside Eleth, the blacksmith's restored knowledge of his craft, and the mother's restored memories of her children, both serving as reminders of what they fought to preserve. Others who had not yet been restored stood with them, knowing that their turn might never come if Gandalf failed in his mission. And so they waited, united in their vigil, while far away in a place of shadow and stone, a wizard and a sorcerer, prepared for a confrontation that would determine not only the fate of one small village, but the freedom of countless other victims, whose memories had been stolen and whose identities had been imprisoned. The journey through the magical connection was unlike anything Gandalf had experienced in all his long years in Middle-earth. He felt himself pulled through space and time, his consciousness stretched thin as spider silk, racing along threads of dark magic that pulsed with malevolent energy. Images flashed past him, fragments of stolen memories that the sorcerer had collected over decades, or perhaps centuries. A child's laughter, a warrior's final battle cry, a scholar's moment of revelation, all captured, preserved, imprisoned. Then, with a lurching sensation that left him momentarily disoriented, Gandalf found himself standing in a circular chamber carved from black stone. The walls were covered with thousands upon thousands of crystals, each one identical to the object that sat upon Mirith's mantle. They pulsed in unison, creating a rhythmic light show that shifted between violet, green, and yellow. The effect was dizzying, hypnotic, and Gandalf had to focus his will to avoid being drawn into their mesmerizing pattern. In the center of the chamber stood a tall figure in robes of deep crimson, his face hidden beneath a hood that seemed to be woven from shadow itself. Around him floated dozens of books, their pages turning of their own accord, while complex diagrams drawn in light hung suspended in the air like frozen fireworks. "Welcome, Gandalf the Grey," the sorcerer said, his voice carrying an edge of mockery. "I am honored that one of the Astari would grace my humble sanctum with his presence, though I confess you look rather worse for wear. The journey through my spellwork can be taxing for those unused to such refined magic." Gandalf straightened, drawing upon reserves of strength he had carefully held back. The journey had indeed been taxing, but not as much as he had allowed the sorcerer to believe. Showing weakness could be a strategy, as useful as displaying power, and he needed every advantage he could muster. "Your sanctum is impressive," Gandalf acknowledged, his eyes taking in every detail of the chamber. "As is the scope of your collection. How many victims have contributed to your hoard of stolen lives?" The sorcerer spread his arms, gesturing at the crystal-covered walls. "Victims? Such a harsh word. I prefer to think of them as contributors to a greater understanding. Each memory I collect adds to the sum of knowledge available for study. Through them, I experience what I could never experience myself. I live 1,000 lives, learn 1,000 crafts, feel 1,000 loves and losses. While they are left as hollow shells," Gandalf countered, his voice hardening, "unable to fully be who they were meant to be. You speak of understanding, but you understand nothing. Memories are not objects to be collected and studied. They are the very fabric of identity, the foundation upon which each person builds their sense of self. In stealing them, you commit a crime worse than murder." The sorcerer laughed, the sound echoing strangely in the crystal-lined chamber. Spoken like a true guardian of the little people. "But tell me, wizard, in all your years of wandering, have you never wondered what it would be like to truly understand another person, to know exactly what they felt, what they thought, in their most significant moments? I have that knowledge. I have experienced more in my decades of study than most beings will in a dozen lifetimes. You have experienced nothing, Gandalf said quietly. You have merely observed stolen fragments, disconnected from the context that gives them meaning. A memory separated from the person who lived it is like a painting with no frame, a note with no melody. You collect shadows and call it wisdom. The sorcerer's posture changed, the mockery fading from his voice. You dare to lecture me on wisdom? You, who wander aimlessly through the world, achieving nothing of lasting significance. I am building something here, creating a repository of human experience that will outlast any kingdom, any empire. Long after your precious free peoples have crumbled to dust, my collection will remain, preserving what they were. A collection that no one asked for and no one needs, Gandalf replied. You justify your cruelty with philosophy, but at its heart, your work is driven by something much simpler. You are afraid. The sorcerer stiffened. Afraid? Of what would I be afraid? Of being forgotten, Gandalf said. Of living an unremarkable life and leaving no mark upon the world. So you steal the remarkable moments of others, claiming them as your own achievement, but it will never be enough, will it? No matter how many memories you collect, you will always be the observer, never the participant. You will live 1,000 lives, second-hand, and never truly live one of your own. The words struck home. The sorcerer's hands clenched into fists, and the crystals on the walls pulsed more rapidly, their light growing harsh and angry. You know nothing of my life or my motivations. I came here to offer you a choice, a chance to depart peacefully if you swear not to interfere further with my work. But I see now that you are too stubborn and too foolish to accept such generosity. Gandalf raised his staff, the wood beginning to glow with white light. I did not come here for bargains or compromises. I came to end what you have begun, to free all those you have imprisoned, and to ensure you can harm no one else. Then you came to die, the sorcerer said flatly. He raised his hands, and the crystals responded instantly. Beams of coloured light shot from dozens of them simultaneously, converging on Gandalf from all directions. The wizard planted his staff and spoke a word of power, creating a sphere of white light around himself that the coloured beams could not penetrate. They struck the barrier with sounds like breaking glass, dispersing into harmless sparks. But the sorcerer was not finished. He gestured again, and some of the floating books flew toward Gandalf like birds of prey, their pages fluttering with malevolent purpose. Each page contained a spell or curse, and as they tore free from their bindings, these magics activated, filling the air with arcane attacks. Fire blossomed and froze. The air itself turned sharp as blades. Reality twisted and bent in nauseating ways. Gandalf countered each attack with practiced precision, his staff moving in swift, economical gestures that deflected or absorbed the incoming spells. But he could feel the strain of maintaining such constant defense. The sorcerer had the advantage here, fighting in his own domain surrounded by his instruments of power. Gandalf was the intruder, and the very chamber seemed to work against him. You see? The sorcerer called out over the chaos of clashing magics. You cannot win here. This place was built to channel and amplify my power. Every crystal serves as both weapon and shield. You might have stood a chance in the open world, but here you are, outmatched. Gandalf said nothing, conserving his breath and his strength, but he was thinking furiously, analyzing the chamber and the spellwork that permeated it. The sorcerer was right that this place amplified his power, but all amplification systems had their limits, their tolerances. Push them too far, and they could be made to work against their creator. The wizard shifted his tactics. Instead of merely defending against the attacks, he began to redirect them, using his staff to catch the beams of light from the crystals and angle them toward other crystals. The reflected energy struck the walls, causing those crystals to pulse erratically. One shattered with a sharp crack, its stored memories dissipating like smoke. The sorcerer cursed and ceased his assault, rushing to examine the damaged crystal. Fool! Do you realize what you have done? Those memories are irreplaceable. Destroy too many, and you will doom your precious villagers to remain forever incomplete. Better incomplete than imprisoned, Gandalf said. But he felt a pang of concern. He had not considered that breaking the crystals might destroy the memories rather than free them. He would need to be more careful. The sorcerer seized upon his hesitation, launching a more focused attack. This time, he drew upon a large crystal mounted at the apex of the chamber's dome, one that pulsed with deeper, darker power than all the others. From it came not beams of light, but tendrils of living shadow that writhed through the air like serpents, seeking to entangle Gandalf. The wizard met them with fire, causing his staff to blaze with flames that were white-hot at their core. The shadow tendrils recoiled from the light, but more kept coming, an endless tide of darkness that sought to overwhelm him through sheer numbers. "You cannot burn them all," the sorcerer taunted. "And you cannot maintain that flame forever. Already you tire. I can see it in the way you favor your left side, in the slight tremor in your hands. Soon you will fall, and when you do, I will add your memories to my collection. Imagine the knowledge contained in one of the Istari. It will be the crown jewel of my life's work." Gandalf knew the sorcerer spoke truth. His strength was indeed waning, and the endless assault was taking its toll. But surrender was not in his nature, and he had not lived through the ages by giving up when the odds turned against him. Instead, he did what he had always done when faced with seemingly insurmountable challenges. He changed the rules of the game. Rather than continuing to fight against the shadow tendrils, Gandalf suddenly dropped his defensive posture entirely. He lowered his staff and stood still, allowing the tendrils to wrap around him. The sorcerer, surprised by this apparent capitulation, hesitated for just a moment before tightening his magical grip, the shadows constricting like serpents around prey. "At last you see reason," the sorcerer said, though his voice carried a note of suspicion. "A wise choice, though it comes too late to save you. Your memories will serve a greater purpose in my collection than they ever did wandering the roads of Middle-earth." But Gandalf was not surrendering. He was listening. The shadow tendrils were extensions of the sorcerer's will, and through them flowed information. As they wrapped around him, Gandalf opened his consciousness to them, allowing himself to sense the flow of power that connected them back to their source. And in that flow, he felt something unexpected: fear. The sorcerer's words had been brave, even arrogant, but beneath them ran a current of genuine fear. He was afraid that Gandalf might somehow succeed, might somehow unravel the work of decades. And that fear created tiny imperfections in his spellwork, microscopic flaws in the otherwise perfect construction of his magical trap. Gandalf's eyes opened, and they blazed with a light that had not been present before. "You said I understand nothing of your life or your motivations," he said, his voice carrying through the chamber with unexpected strength. "But you were wrong. I understand perfectly now. You collect these memories because you fear your own. You steal the experiences of others because you cannot bear to fully live your own life. What are you running from, sorcerer? What memory haunts you so deeply that you must bury it beneath thousands of others?" The shadow tendrils loosened slightly, and the sorcerer took an involuntary step backward. "You know nothing," he hissed, but the words lacked conviction. "I know that no one builds a prison this elaborate unless they fear imprisonment themselves," Gandalf continued, pressing his advantage. "I know that no one steals so many identities unless they are trying to escape their own. What was your name before you became the collector? Who were you before you decided that who you were was not enough?" The sorcerer's hands trembled, and for the first time, his hood fell back, revealing his face. He was younger than Gandalf had expected, perhaps no more than 40 years by the reckoning of men, though his eyes held a weariness that spoke of longer suffering. His face was gaunt, marked by lines of obsession and sleeplessness, and there was something desperate in his expression. "My name does not matter," he said, but his voice cracked on the words. "Who I was does not matter. Only the work matters. Only the collection. The work is a cage," Gandalf said gently, his tone shifting from challenge to compassion. "You have imprisoned yourself as surely as you have imprisoned all these memories. You think you are building something grand, but you are merely hiding from something painful, and no amount of stolen experience will heal whatever wound drives you." The sorcerer shook his head violently, and the crystals pulsed in response to his agitation. "You understand nothing. I was nothing before I began this work. A failed scholar, a disappointed son, a man without purpose or worth. But this collection, this repository of human experience, this gives meaning to my existence. Without it, I return to being nothing." "You were never nothing," Gandalf said. "You were simply afraid that you were, and that fear has consumed you, twisted you, until you became the very thing you feared most. A shell, an empty vessel filled with the substance of others. The words struck home with devastating accuracy. The sorcerer's face contorted with pain and rage, and he screamed, a sound of pure anguish that caused every crystal in the chamber to vibrate sympathetically. The shadow tendrils released Gandalf entirely, as the sorcerer lost control of his spell, clutching his head as though trying to hold his own identity together by force of will alone. In that moment of chaos, Gandalf saw his opportunity. The sorcerer's emotional breakdown had disrupted the careful balance of his magical system. The crystals were no longer synchronized, each pulsing at its own rhythm. The spell work that normally amplified his power was instead creating dissonance, magical energies clashing and interfering with one another. Gandalf raised his staff high and struck the floor of the chamber with tremendous force. The impact sent out a wave of pure white light that spread across the black stone like ripples in a pond. Where the light touched the walls, the crystals there began to resonate, not with the sorcerer's magic, but with Gandalf's, their frequencies shifting and realigning. "No," the sorcerer shouted, recovering from his momentary collapse. "What are you doing? Stop!" But Gandalf did not stop. He poured more power into his staff, and the wave of light intensified, spreading to encompass more and more of the chamber. The crystals began to crack, not from force, but from the fundamental incompatibility between their dark purpose and the nature of the magic now flowing through them. They had been designed to imprison and isolate. Gandalf's spell spoke of freedom and connection. One by one, the crystals shattered, and as they did, the memories they contained burst forth like water from a broken dam. But these were not merely abstract recollections floating free. They were seeking their rightful owners, drawn back along the connections that still linked them to the people they had been stolen from. Throughout Middle-earth, in villages and towns, in cities and isolated homesteads, people who had suffered under the sorcerer's curse suddenly gasped as their memories returned. The blacksmith in a distant settlement remembered his craft. The mother in a remote farm recalled her children's names. The bard in a tavern found his songs restored. All across the lands, the sorcerer's victims were made whole once more. In the nameless village where this tale began, Mirith felt it first. The crystal on her mantle exploded in a shower of harmless light, and throughout the settlement, the remaining afflicted villagers cried out in joy as their memories flooded back. They embraced one another, weeping and laughing, made whole again by the distant battle between wizard and sorcerer. But in the black stone chamber, the sorcerer's anguish was terrible to behold. As each crystal shattered, he felt a piece of what he had built crumbling away. The collection that had given his life meaning, the stolen experiences that had filled the emptiness within him, all were being torn away. He sank to his knees amid the falling shards of crystal, reaching out with trembling hands as though he could somehow gather them back together. "Please," he whispered, all arrogance and malice gone from his voice. "Please, without them, I am nothing again, empty again, lost again." Gandalf approached him slowly, his staff still glowing but the light softer now, gentler. He looked down at the broken figure of the sorcerer with eyes that held not triumph, but sorrow. "You are not nothing," the wizard said quietly. "You were never nothing, but you will never believe that while you hide behind the experiences of others, you must face yourself, your own memories, your own pain. Only then can you truly begin to live." The sorcerer looked up at him, tears streaming down his face. "I do not know how. I have run for so long, I have forgotten what I was running from. How do I stop? How do I face what I have become?" Gandalf extended his hand, one step at a time, one day at a time, and perhaps, if you are willing, with help from one who has also known what it is to question his purpose and worth. For a long moment, the sorcerer simply stared at the offered hand. The chamber around them had fallen silent, all the crystals now destroyed, their contents freed and returned. The books lay scattered on the floor, their spells exhausted. The sanctum that had been a place of power was now just a circular room of black stone, empty and echoing. Then, slowly, the sorcerer reached out and took Gandalf's hand. Gandalf helped the sorcerer to his feet, and for a moment they stood together in the ruins of what had been built over decades of obsession. The black stone walls, stripped of their crystal covering, revealed ancient carvings beneath, symbols and words in languages long forgotten. The chamber had existed long before the sorcerer had claimed it, and it would exist long after this day was forgotten, by all save those who had lived through it. "What is your name?" Gandalf asked gently. "Your true name, the one your mother gave you when you first came into this world." The sorcerer, or rather the man who had been a sorcerer, hesitated. It had been so long since anyone had asked, so long since he had even thought of himself by that name. When he finally spoke, his voice was barely audible. "Seliphan," he said. "I was called Seliphan, son of Maltha, of a family of scholars in Minas Tirith, but I left that name behind when I left that place, when I failed." "Tell me of this failure," Gandalf said, guiding Seliphan to sit upon a fallen block of stone. "Not because I need to know, but because you need to speak it. The memories we bury have power over us. Those we bring into the light begin to lose their hold." And so, in that empty chamber, Seliphan told his story. He spoke of a youth spent in the pursuit of knowledge, driven by a father whose expectations were impossibly high, and a mother who had died before he could show her what he might become. He told of years studying in the great libraries, seeking some breakthrough that would prove his worth, some discovery that would justify his existence. But the breakthrough never came. He was competent, even skilled in his scholarship, but never brilliant, never exceptional. And in a city filled with truly remarkable minds, being merely competent felt like being nothing at all. The weight of his perceived inadequacy had crushed him slowly, day by day, until he could no longer bear to face his own reflection. So, he had fled, left Minas Tirith in the dead of night, abandoning his name and his past, seeking something, anything, that would make him feel significant. His wanderings had eventually led him to an ancient ruin where he discovered texts describing the memory capture magic. And in those texts, he had seen his salvation. If he could not live a remarkable life of his own, he would collect the remarkable moments of others. "The first memory I stole," Seliphan said, his voice hollow with shame, "belonged to an old woman in a village much like the one you were protecting. She had lived a long, full life, rich with experience and wisdom. When I took her memories of her grandchildren, she wept for days, unable to understand what she had lost. I told myself it was necessary, that I was preserving something precious, but truly, I was simply taking what I had not earned." Gandalf listened without judgment, his weathered face thoughtful. "And it did not fill the emptiness, did it? No matter how many memories you collected, the hollow place remained." "It did not," Seliphan admitted, "but I could not stop. Each stolen memory promised to be the one that would make me whole, that would finally prove I was worth something. It became an addiction, a hunger that could never be satisfied. And with each theft, I had to tell myself greater lies to justify what I was doing. Until I became the monster you confronted today." The wizard was silent for a long moment, his gaze distant. When he spoke again, his voice carried the weight of hard-won wisdom. "We are all monsters in our own ways, Seliphan. We all carry darkness within us, born from our fears and our hurts. The question is not whether we have done wrong, for all of us have. The question is what we do with that knowledge. Do we hide from it, deny it, justify it, or do we face it, acknowledge it, and work to become better than we have been?" "I do not know if I can," Seliphan said. "The weight of what I have done, the lives I have damaged, it is too much to bear. How can I ever atone for such wrongs?" Gandalf placed a hand on his shoulder. "One does not atone by carrying guilt like a badge of honor. One atones through action, through choosing better in each moment that follows. You cannot undo what has been done, but you can ensure it is never done again. And you can use what you have learned, what you genuinely understand about memory and identity, to help rather than harm." How? The question was simple, desperate. "Come with me," Gandalf said, rising and offering his hand once more. "Return with me to the village where your curse first brought us together. Face those you have harmed. Apologize to them, not to earn forgiveness, for that is theirs to give or withhold, but simply because it is right. And then, if they will have it, offer them what help you can provide." Seliphan looked terrified at the prospect, but he took Gandalf's hand and stood. Together they left the chamber, climbing stairs that spiraled upward through the heart of whatever ancient structure housed the sanctum. They emerged into daylight, and Seliphan flinched from the sun as though he had not felt its warmth in years. They stood upon a barren hillside somewhere in the wild lands between Eriador and Rovanian. In the distance, mountains rose like teeth against the sky. A cold wind blew, carrying the scent of coming winter. Gandalf breathed deeply, grateful to be free of the oppressive atmosphere of the sanctum below. The journey back will take several days on foot, the wizard said. Are you prepared for that? Selifan nodded mutely, and they set off together, an unlikely pair of travelers. As they walked, Gandalf spoke of many things of the history of Middle-earth, of the free peoples and their struggles, of the simple beauties to be found in daily life, when one took the time to notice them. He did not speak of magic or power or grand destiny, but of small kindnesses and quiet courage, of friendship and loyalty, and the gentle strength of those who endure. And slowly, as the miles passed beneath their feet, something began to change in Selifan. The hunched posture straightened slightly. The furtive, haunted look in his eyes began to fade. He was not healed, not by any means, but he was perhaps beginning to believe that healing might be possible. They arrived at the nameless village as the sun set on the third day of their journey. Word of their approach had somehow reached the settlement before them, perhaps carried by birds or by some subtle magic that Gandalf had woven without speaking of it. The villagers gathered in the square, around the split oak, and their faces showed a mixture of emotions. Joy at seeing Gandalf return safely, curiosity about his companion, and yes, anger toward the one who had caused them such suffering. Mirith stepped forward, her old eyes sharp as she studied Selifan. Is this him? The one who cursed us? It is, Gandalf confirmed. And he has come to speak with you, all of you, if you will grant him audience. A murmur ran through the crowd, not entirely friendly. But Mirith raised her hand for silence, and the villagers quieted, waiting to hear what would be said. Selifan stepped forward, his legs trembling. He had faced down challengers with magical might, had defended his sanctum against those who would interfere with his collection. But standing before these simple people whose lives he had damaged required a different kind of courage entirely. I have no right to ask for your time or your attention, he began, his voice shaking. I have wronged you in ways that cannot be adequately expressed in words. I stole from you the very essence of who you are, not for any grand purpose, but because I was empty and thought your memories could fill that emptiness. I was wrong, profoundly, terribly wrong. He paused, gathering himself. I cannot undo what I have done. The time you spent incomplete, the suffering you endured, those are losses that nothing can restore. But I can offer you this. My knowledge of memory magic is extensive. If any of you experience lingering difficulties, if the restoration of your memories has left any gaps or confusion, I can help. Not as payment for what I did, for no payment could ever suffice, but simply because it is the least I can do. Silence fell over the square. The villagers looked at one another, uncertain how to respond. Then Bregon, the blacksmith whose memory had been first restored, stepped forward. I should hate you, he said, his voice rough with emotion. Part of me does hate you. The months I spent unable to work my forge, unable to remember the skills my father taught me, those were the darkest of my life. But Gandalf has taught us much in these past days. He taught us that hope can survive in the darkest places. That redemption is possible for those who seek it honestly, and that mercy, when it can be given without compromising justice, is a strength rather than a weakness. The blacksmith extended his hand. I do not forgive you, not yet, perhaps, not ever. But I will give you the chance to prove that your words are genuine. Help those who need it. Show through your actions that you have truly changed. And perhaps, in time, forgiveness may become possible. Selifan took the blacksmith's hand, and the gesture seemed to break something in him. Tears streamed down his face, not tears of self-pity but of genuine remorse, of relief that perhaps redemption was not entirely beyond reach. Other villagers came forward then, some to accept his offer of help, others simply to look upon the face of the one who had caused them such pain and see that he was merely a man, broken and seeking to be mended. In the days that followed, Selifan proved true to his word. He moved through the village with quiet humility, examining each villager who had been affected by his curse. Most had been completely restored by Gandalf's breaking of the spell, but a few experienced lingering difficulties. An elderly man found that some memories had returned out of sequence, creating confusion about the timeline of his own life. A young woman discovered gaps in her restored recollections, moments that remained frustratingly just beyond her grasp. With patient care and genuine expertise, Selifan worked to address these issues. He used gentler magics than those he had employed in his collecting, spells designed to help rather than take, to clarify rather than obscure. Gandalf watched him work, offering guidance when needed, but mostly allowing him to find his own way forward. One evening, as they sat together outside Mirith's cottage watching the stars emerge in the darkening sky, Selifan spoke of what he was learning. "I spent years studying memory," he said quietly, "but I understood nothing of its true nature. I saw it as information to be catalogued, experience to be consumed. But working with these people, helping them reconnect with what was fractured, I am beginning to understand that memory is not about the past at all. It is about continuity, about the thread that connects who we were to who we are, to who we might become." Gandalf nodded, puffing contentedly on his pipe. A wise observation. Memory is indeed the story we tell ourselves about ourselves. When that story is interrupted or stolen, we lose not just information, but coherence. We become strangers to our own lives. "How do you bear it?" Selifan asked suddenly. "You are Astari. You have lived for ages beyond counting. Surely you carry memories that weigh upon you, mistakes and regrets that accumulate over such vast spans of time. How do you not become crushed beneath their weight?" The wizard was silent for a long moment, watching smoke from his pipe drift upward to join the stars. "I bear it by remembering that each moment is new," he said at last. "Yes, I carry the weight of long years and many sorrows, but I also carry joy, friendship, wonder at the beauty of this world. And most importantly, I remember that I am not defined by my worst moments or my greatest failures. I am defined by what I choose to do in each new day that dawns." He turned to look at Selifan, his grey eyes reflecting starlight. "You will carry the weight of what you have done for the rest of your days. That is proper and right. But you need not let that weight be the only thing you carry. Each act of kindness, each genuine effort to help rather than harm, these too become part of your story. In time, if you persist, they may come to outweigh the darkness of your past." Selifan absorbed these words in silence, and they sat together as the night deepened around them, two figures bound by circumstance and the strange paths that fate weaves through the lives of those who walk Middle-earth. As autumn turned toward winter, the time came for Gandalf to depart. He had remained longer than he initially intended, but there was wisdom in this delay. Selifan had needed time to establish himself in the village, to prove through consistent action that his transformation was genuine rather than merely convenient. The villagers had needed time to move from anger toward acceptance, if not quite forgiveness. On the morning of Gandalf's departure, the entire village gathered to bid him farewell. They brought gifts of food for his journey, warm garments against the coming cold, and words of gratitude that the wizard accepted with characteristic humility. "You saved us," Mirith said, clasping his weathered hands in her own. "Not just from the curse, but from despair. When you arrived, we were a village of broken people. Now we are whole again, stronger perhaps than we were before." "The strength was always within you," Gandalf replied. "I merely helped you remember it. And remember too that your wholeness is something you must choose each day. Memories restored are not the same as memories lived. You must continue to make new ones, to add to the story of your lives, rather than simply dwelling on what was returned." He turned to address the assembled villagers. "You have shown remarkable courage and grace in these past weeks. You accepted help when you needed it. You stood united against darkness, and most impressively, you have begun to extend mercy to one who wronged you deeply. These are the qualities that make the free peoples of Middle-earth worthy of the lands they inhabit. Never forget that your greatest strength lies not in magic or might, but in your capacity for compassion and your willingness to believe in redemption." Then he turned to Selifan, who stood slightly apart from the others, not quite belonging but no longer entirely separate. "Walk carefully on the path you have chosen," Gandalf said. "It will not be easy. There will be days when the weight of your past threatens to overwhelm you, when the temptation to return to old ways seems strong. In those moments, remember this village. Remember that you have already taken the hardest steps, admitting wrong and choosing change. The rest is simply persistence." Selifan bowed deeply. "I owe you a debt I can never repay. You could have destroyed me in that chamber. Perhaps you should have, but you offered mercy instead, and in doing so, you gave me something I had not possessed in years: hope. Keep that hope close," Gandalf advised. "Nurture it as you would a fragile flame in winter darkness. It will sustain you when all else fails." With final farewells spoken, Gandalf shouldered his pack and set off down the path that led from the village. The people watched until he crested the far hill and disappeared from sight, his grey robes blending with the morning mist. But his presence remained with them, woven into the fabric of their restored lives, a reminder that even in the darkest circumstances, light could prevail. In the years that followed, the nameless village became known by a new name, one that reflected the transformation its people had undergone. They called it Legoland, which, in the old tongue, means green place of healing, for it had become a refuge for others who suffered from similar curses or magical afflictions. Selifan remained there, dedicating his considerable knowledge to helping those in need, slowly building a legacy of healing to counter his former legacy of harm. Some of those he helped forgave him fully. Others maintained a wary distance, accepting his aid but never quite trusting him, and Selifan accepted both responses with equal grace, understanding that forgiveness was not something owed but something given freely, if at all. He learned to find peace, not in the absolution of others, but in the daily choice to be better than he had been. As for Gandalf, he continued his wanderings through Middle-earth, appearing where he was needed and disappearing once his work was done. But on cold autumn evenings when the wind blew from the north, he would sometimes think of the nameless village and the broken sorcerer, wondering how they fared, and he would smile around his pipe stem, knowing that some seeds planted bear fruit long after the planter has moved on. This tale, like so many others from the hidden corners of Middle-earth, was not recorded in the great histories. No songs were sung of it in the halls of kings, but it lived on in the memories of those who experienced it, passed down through generations as a reminder that redemption is possible for those who seek it honestly, that mercy and justice need not be enemies, and that even the darkest magic can be overcome by the simple courage of ordinary people united in common cause. And so ends the legend of the memory thief and the village that learned to forgive, one of the many tales of Gandalf the Grey that time has nearly forgotten, preserved here so that wisdom earned through suffering might not be entirely lost to the ages.